color. Vibes.
Well, you certainly caught me with my pants down. Glad you could make it, Sam. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to alarm you, but I am what I am. Ah, please, lay her down there. Still no sign of them.
You know your heart stops beating.
It stops every 21 minutes. I spend 3 minutes on the beach, and then return. 60 deaths and 60 resurrections per day. 60 opportunities to search the beach for my departed family. This is how I live. This is my life. So, while you've traveled to and from the seam an impressive number of times, my beach count is a little higher. 218,549. I see myself in that crater. My wife and my child. It's like looking at the shape of my heart. The doctors called it myocardial caudiformia. Mine is an especially unusual case. I have pictures. Care to see Hartmann's heart-shaped heart? No, you really should. It doesn't run in the family. You know, I never came to terms with their loss. In the days that followed, I became obsessed with an idea that the beach is real and they are on it. I would induce cardiac arrest, 3 minutes at a time, and search for them, day after day after day.
Also, you could say goodbye.
Quite the opposite. It is said that everyone's beach is different. So what if everyone's afterlife is different too? I find the thought terrifying, spending eternity alone, which is why I decided to find my family and make sure to move on with them.
You mean die with them?
If death would see us reunited, then yes. But the repeated cardiac arrests took their toll on my heart. The muscle gradually deformed. And after a while, they started calling me the beach scientist. Hartmann. I'm glad we could have this conversation. A body that doesn't necrotize. No sign of decomposition. It's as if she were still alive. The perfect mummy. An impeccable corpse.
What's wrong?
Where's the other thing you were supposed to bring? Ah, found it. Behold.
Wait, dead man.
It appears to be an umbilical cord. Human by the looks of it, I think. But this was no ordinary conduit between fetus and placenta. It looks more like a BT's tether. And this was Mama's? Yes. A body that doesn't necrotize, and an umbilical cord connected to the beach. These are remarkable discoveries, Sam. Enough to set my sore heart racing.
5 minutes to cardiac arrest.
I apologize if our conversation gets cut short. I must go back to the beach and look for my wife and child. One person, one beach. That's the rule. But I'm the exception. My beach is connected to others, as if it were the beneficiary of a coronary bypass. Maybe this twisted heart of mine made it possible. All I know is that I will find them. Even if my every visit raises new questions, I'll have my answers one day. One day.
3 minutes to cardiac arrest.
The battlefields. The endless wars you found yourself trapped in. Why do World War-era soldiers wander the beach a century after they fell? Normally the souls of the dead move on. The beach is just a corridor, a place through which they pass on the way to the other side. But if regret, resentment, a fervent desire to remain, if these feelings are powerful enough, they may give rise to an altogether different beach, a collective purgatory for an army of the damned. Clifford Unger. His misery and hatred, combined with your BB acting as some sort of catalyst, have brought these battlefields to our world.
2 minutes to cardiac arrest. Please proceed to a safe location.
It's just a theory.
You think Higgs is pulling the strings? Pulling all their strings?
Ensure you are in a stable position.
I don't know. But evidence does suggest that Higgs brought them here.
1 minute remaining. Please hold on to something secure.
Oh, before I forget, I have a favor to ask.
Activating lab security measures.
Could you just relax until I come back? Time stops on the beach, but not in the scene. Rest assured, it'll only feel like 3 minutes to you. We'll continue this shortly.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Visit 218,550. Oh, sorry. Where were we? I may be used to the 21-minute cycle, but for a first-time face-to-face meeting, there's just too much to cover in one go-around.
Can't be easy living like this.
Yes. And no. Now that I'm acclimated to it, it isn't especially, onerous. Defecation, ablution, nutrition. Most of life's basic functions fit rather easily into a 21-minute time slot. Sleep is the tricky one. And intercourse, I suppose. Verbal or physical. Not that someone in my position has to worry much about either. Do you read, Sam? Listen to music. Watch films? You know, I keep busy. I have a collection of music, television shows, some very interesting short films, and stories. Everything consumable within a 21-minute window. All from before the Death Stranding, of course. But honestly, the 21 minutes I spend here, all downtime, nothing more. Time spent waiting to go back to the search. My body may be present, but my soul is on the beach. I'm already dead.
I know that feeling. Lost my family in an accident.
Well, I never expected you to open up to me. As it happens, I've read about your circumstances. I lost my family in an accident, too. I was in the ICU having heart surgery, out of town, in the city. When it was clear that I was going to pull through, my wife took my daughter back to the house to collect some things for me. And then they were caught in the void-outs. The city and the hospital were spared the worst, but the shockwave knocked out the power and my life support. I woke up on the beach. The people who died in the two void-outs were there. What happened? What's going on? I saw my wife and my daughter in the procession. Hey! It's me! Where are you going? Wait! Don't leave without me! No! Don't go! Please, don't go! The ICU's backup generator kicked in, and I was brought back to life by the defibrillator. Exactly 21 minutes after my heart had stopped. And that was the last time I saw my family. It's my damned heart's fault that we were torn apart, but it's also the reason I'll see them again someday. It defines me. I am Hartman. Ever since, I've walked the beaches of others. I follow my family's footsteps for a while, and when I get tired, I return here to continue my research. It's funny though, even when my heart stops, the pain lingers. You have any family photographs, Sam? Pity.
5 minutes to cardiac arrest.
You mind telling me what I'm doing here before you go back to the beach?
Oh, of course. There's a prepper-owned station in this area. Our scientists stationed there are researching material from before the Death Stranding.
What kind of material?
The Earth has a long memory. It's trying to tell a story, one that goes back to the very beginning, one that not even the Death Stranding could erase. The scientists are all colleagues of mine from the earlier expedition. I'd like you to bring them onto the chiral network. Amelie proposed we establish our research posts along this belt. Despite a worldwide search, this is the only area known to contain fossils from the late Cretaceous period. When the dinosaurs died out. The assumption being that the last ones lived here, and here alone. You see, hiding in the Earth then are memories of a major mass extinction. Clues that could tell us how to survive our predicament. Certainly, that was Amelie's hope as part of the advanced team when she assigned our backup team here. The past informs the present and aids us in building the future. She was careful to impress that upon us before she went west.
3 minutes to cardiac arrest.
Shut up. I'm putting you on mute. Sometime later, we began to observe unusual activity in the tar belts outside Edgnot City. Vast quantities of tar began surfacing, spreading, consuming many of my colleagues, as well as a chiral way station. The whole incident defied explanation.
You think Higgs is to blame?
I don't know, but we needed that way station. It was essential to expanding the chiral network westward. That's why I'm asking you for your help in building a new one. It won't be much given the handful of equipment we've managed to scrape together. Nothing like the knot cities, that's for sure. But a knot is still a knot. Sam, I want you to use the Cupid to put the scientists on the network, then go to Amelie. Afterwards, we can get back to the important job of researching the deaths.
Don't worry about him, Sam. The air mat floor absorbs the impact. I'll unlock the door for you.
Sam, you heard him. You can grab the order at a delivery terminal. Our ultimate objective in this region is to build a replacement for a way station that was lost to the tar. The first step is to put a shelter with our scientists on the chiral network. Now, we don't know the first thing about Amelie's status or what Higgs is up to. Now, that's a concern for us as much as you. But we won't know more until we get to Edgnot City. And that means connecting this region first. You should start with the geologist and the paleontologist. The latter's holding something for the Evo-Devo biologist, so I recommend you save her for last. That way, you can finish a delivery and link up the final site in one go. Once all three are on the grid, come back here. Then we can get to work on the replacement for that lost way station. A geologist of ours has been studying fossils as part of his research into prehistoric extinction events. He's been out there conducting excavations for a while now and has begun to suffer the effects of chiral contamination. No doubt the result of excessive exposure to chiralium during the dig. Until the site is properly decontaminated, his work can't proceed. Nor will his health improve. So we need you to bring him some chiralium scrubbing agents.
Administering shock. Stand clear.
The stratum the team was investigating dates from the end of the Cretaceous period, the time of the infamous mass extinction, which brought the reign of the dinosaurs to a close, leaving small mammals to inherit the Earth. It's the most recent of the Big Five, and one of the largest mass extinctions the world has ever seen. In any event, our team found something truly remarkable. Can you guess what it was? A fossil beach. If that is indeed what it is, then he has made a tremendous discovery. Therefore, Sam, it is essential that you deliver those chiralium scrubbing agents as soon as possible.
One more thing, Sam. For this run, you'll be transporting an antimatter bomb. A Bridges paleontologist working on a dig says he needs it. Apparently, the fossils he wants to study are buried deep beneath tar, and the only way he can get to them is by blowing it wide open. Now, hopefully I don't need to tell you to be extra careful when handling high-yield explosives, but in case I do, make sure you keep that container in one piece, no matter what. Sam, I'm sure you haven't forgotten, but you need to be extremely careful with that antimatter bomb. especially when transporting it by a carrier or vehicle. Any irregularities should trigger an alarm. Don't ignore it.
Order assigned.
Sam, so, Hartman told you all about the lake. How the attack that created it changed his life forever? Not only did he lose his family, he very nearly lost himself. For 21 minutes, he was in a state of cardiopulmonary arrest. Under normal circumstances, he would have died. Therapeutic hypothermia saved his life. But the 21 minutes he spent on the other side had a lasting effect on him. Perhaps due to the shock, his Doom's abilities seem to have increased. And now he takes every opportunity to walk the beach in search of his family.
My apologies, Sam. You came all this way to visit me, yet I neglected to give you a proper farewell. Do be careful out there. As I mentioned before, this region is rich in memories of death and extinction. It should come as no surprise that BTs are sighted here more frequently. Perhaps you recall the models in my lab. Their designs were all based on eyewitness accounts. Though I suppose they must have struck you as strange, considering the many times you've come face to face with the real McCormick.
Holding on to love. You don't care too much. I'll be
There we go.
cargo.
Sam Bridges. Oh, thank God for that. I was worried you might not get here in time. But then I've done nothing but worry of late. I've been haunted by those visions you doom sufferers see. That end of days stuff. I put the nightmares down to fatigue. The possibility of chiral contamination never even occurred to me. It's just lucky we caught it before the suicidal stage. Dying's not an option. My research is nowhere near complete. It's not just my life you're saving here. It's my life's work. I started to wonder if I'd ever see these meds. I guess you really are good at what you do, huh? Thank you. Oh, yes. Right then. If you'd do the honors. And just like that, I'm part of the UCA, with access to a treasure trove of historical research materials. Studying this fossil beach should be a good deal easier now, assuming I can prove once and for all that that's what it is. Honestly, though, I'm just excited I can finally share these findings with everyone. Can you believe I found chiral deposits in strata dating back 65.5 million years? Evidence of an ancient Death Stranding.
Chiral matter has existed on Earth since long before the dawn of man. This stratum is proof of that. Look at this, Sam. Do you see that black fissure there? We believe this is the source of the Chiralian readings. In the distant past, earthquakes cause frictional melting along fault lines, producing layers of what is known as pseudotaculite. We call these layers fossil earthquakes. Extending the principle, our fissure here is what one might term a fossil beach. The presence of chiralium in this of all strata cannot be a mere coincidence. It strongly suggests that beaches must have appeared during the Cretaceous-Paleogene extinction event. And not just then. The chiral network has recovered data suggesting that similar fossil beaches were discovered in strata corresponding to other extinction events too. That would seem to indicate the Big Five and all other major extinctions were accompanied by the appearance of beaches. In expanding the chiral network, you've helped us glimpse a pattern in these scattered points of data. You've furthered our individual research projects and ensured that it is only a matter of time before we recover all we have lost and solve every mystery that remains. But this is only the beginning. See this through, Sam, and there's no telling what we might learn.
Good work. New order available. Please access delivery terminal for further information.
Deploying autonomous delivery bot.
Thank you for your contribution.
Thank you, Sam.
Weapons restrictions lifted. will be locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you. Delivering cargo.
Much appreciated, friend. Thanks to you, we can finally move ahead with the dig. I swear, this place is bad enough without having to worry about getting asphyxiated. Not that I need to tell you. You did it after all, though I can't for the life of me imagine how. You can set up the chiral network while I work. Anyway, as it turns out, Sam Bridges, I have a favor to ask. A local porter was on his way here with something very valuable, but dropped it en route. It's a 200-million-year-old ammonite, which looks, he says, almost as if it were still alive. He apparently stumbled across it in a boulder field which had previously been hidden beneath a glacier, but that's not the half of it. The man claims this ammonite has an umbilical cord. An umbilical cord. Color me skeptical, but the specimen merits study, and I wasn't about to leave such delicate work to an amateur. So I asked him to carve out the whole surrounding chunk of rock and bring it here to me. Naturally, I wanted to compare it with contemporary specimens in the vicinity, which is why I had him excavate a number of those in addition to the one he told me about. But what does the dumb fuck go and do? He loses the whole shipment. Didn't even have the good sense to mark which container had the ammonite with the umbilical cord. The cargo was supposedly lost in the area to the southwest, where toxic gases have a tendency to build up. Old Mr. Reliable claims his cargo scanner is broken, and there's no way he can recover the shipment. But you could track it down. To protect you against the fumes, I'll provide you with an oxygen mask. Just to be safe. You can pick it up when you accept the order.
That fossil could represent an epochal discovery. While there are examples of viviparous fish, an ammonite with an umbilical cord is unheard of. And if it is indeed 200 million years old, it would also correspond with the end Triassic extinction, another one of the big five. Could the umbilical cord be connected to the beach? We must recover that cargo at all costs. It could provide a vital clue to the mechanisms underpinning the Death Stranding. We're so close. So very, very close to grasping the true nature of the phenomenon. Hurry, Sam. We cannot risk that ammonite being lost.
Good work. New order available. Please access delivery terminal for further information.
oxygen mask, huh? Good idea. It'll filtrate the air and keep you breathing normally. In addition to protecting you from toxic gases, it'll also help to reduce fatigue from strenuous activity, making it easier to keep your balance. If it didn't have a limited battery life, I'd tell you to keep it on the whole time. But it does, so don't.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Keep on keeping on.
There we go.
Keep on keeping on. Keep on keeping on.
Cried so hard. There's something I've been feeling a bit long. We never used to be. Either we're arguing or you leave. We both know something.
That's a big one. Get a move on.
Beginning scan. Scanning Bridges ID. Fragile Express ID verified. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you. Delivering cargo.
Sam Porter Bridges. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Damn fine work. Shouldn't have to put that kind of burden on a porter, but you rose to the occasion. You've earned my respect, and I don't give that lightly. In case it ain't obvious, I'm a porter too. It was, rather. My health being what it is, I've not been able to make runs for a while now. Reckon I'll be calling on you again, Mr. Sam Porter Bridges. Hope to see you soon.
Good work. New order available. Weapons restrictions lifted.
There we go. Nice. That's a great one.
Construction complete.
There's something I've been feeling.
Keep on keeping on. Keep on keeping on. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons to...
Restrictions lifted. Yeah, Sam's your man. Almost there.
Have a pleasant journey. Have a pleasant journey. Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until
Keep on keeping on.
Cargo verified. Thank you. Delivering cargo.
You found it! Let me see. I have to see it. Oh my. It really is immaculately preserved. Uncannily, even. Thanks for bringing in that lost shipment, Sam. And yes, it did indeed include an ammonite with a bona fide umbilical cord attached. I've already sent some images and a preliminary analysis to Hartman via the network. Interestingly, it seems the surrounding strata contain traces of tar, which lines up with one of his theories. Anyway, I know you only just brought this ammonite here, but I'd like you to deliver it to a colleague of mine, an Evo-Devo biologist. Lately, she's taken an interest in the tar, and I think she'd be eager to examine this particular specimen.
It's quite remarkable, and that's to your credit. To clarify, she has been studying how the tar may have influenced the development of various organisms. Accordingly, I would ask that you also recover the tar collectors deployed near her shelter and deliver them along with the ammonite. It would be too dangerous for her to attempt to retrieve them herself, which is why we must impose upon you. By aiding her research, we may yet inch closer to unraveling the secrets of the Death Stranding. We've already made so much progress with the data recovered by the network. With your continued help, I know we can accomplish even more.
Good work. New order available. Please access delivery terminal for further information.
Deploying autonomous delivery bot.
I'll let you know if there's getting down.
Keep on keeping on.
Weapons restrictions lifted. Your work is greatly appreciated. Good morning, Sam. Blood collection complete. Thank you for your generosity.
音の中で君を探してる霧の中で朽ち果ててもさまよう闇の中で君を愛してる刻む一拍の永遠を歌の中で君を探してる波の中で笑いながら漂う今の中で君を愛してる刻む一拍の永遠を刻む一粒の永遠を 口から音が出る病気心臓から花が咲くように魔法はいつでも歌う波に乗っていた始まりは炎や棒切れではなく音楽だった音の中で君を探してる君の中で朽ち果ててもさまよう闇の中で君を愛してる刻む一拍の永遠を歌の中で君を探してる波の中で笑いながら漂う今の中で君を愛してる刻む一拍の永遠を渡す一粒の永遠を
Been a while, Sam. It's good to see you. Remember how to do this? You need to close your eyes and picture your destination.
About the mess. I got caught in the rain. Oops. Didn't mean to give you a shower. Tried waiting it out, but when I checked the time... I'm sorry. Should have come sooner. Rain in my eyes. Just give me a minute.
Beginning scan. Scanning Bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapon...
time. Delivery...
Have a pleasant journey.
Right on.
Delivering cargo. Delivery complete. Displaying performance evaluation. Thank you for your continued support. Good work.
greatly appreciated.
Good morning, Sam. Blood collection complete. Thank you for your generosity.
There's no answer at all. No reactions or bullshit replies. The words you'd said and the colors you'd sent, well, they got lost somewhere on the ride. And I can breathe, but I forget sometimes. I'm alive, but I'm paralyzed. Oh, now what am I to do? What am I gonna do? Is dead while my body lays drenched in the ashes of a forgotten time.
Been a while, Sam. It's good to see you. Remember how to do this? You need to close your eyes and picture your destination.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges. Deploying autonomous delivery bot.
Order assigned. Keep on keeping on.
Weapons restrictions lifted. Rest is advised. Weapons restrictions lifted. Cargo verified. Thank you. Delivering cargo.
I'm impressed, Sam. Not many people would have even attempted this. May I have a look? Not a scratch on it, and the tar inside is safe and secure. You do not disappoint, my friend. Now, connect me to the chiral network. That's where my studies will truly begin. Thank you. It goes without saying, but I am convinced that the tar is related to the BTs and the Death Stranding. After all, both it and Timefall are the defining features of the post-Stranding ecosystem. Sudden environmental changes such as these invariably lead to the extinction of organisms that fail to adapt. Those that do adapt do so by virtue of enhancers, the regions of DNA that grant successful organisms their advantages. These genetic factors are the key to evolution. But there are genes which have the opposite effect, those which disadvantage organisms. Extinction factors, as they have been called. These are the seeds of advancement and obsolescence. Such factors may lie dormant within us all, a choice waiting to be made. For every being since the advent of life itself. If so, then ancient proof may hide deep within the tar. Evidence of these genetic decisions that may aid us in navigating our current crossroads. In any event, thanks to you, I can now study the composition of the tar in greater detail. I'll make sure to share any interesting results with you later.
Well done, Sam. You furthered our research into the Death Stranding in ways you cannot imagine. Thank you again for bringing me Mama's body, as well as that ammonite. Speaking of which, my analysis of its umbilical cord is proceeding apace. I've been comparing the data against some of our restored archives. Anyway, would you mind returning to my lab? Preparations are finally complete for the chiral relay integration. If you could collect the necessary materials for the restoration work and bring them here, I would be most grateful.
Good work. New order available. Please access delivery.
Deploying autonomous delivery bot.
great deliverer does it again. Much obliged.
Thank you for your contribution. Order assigned. Delivery parameters updated. Time limit set.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Good to see you safe and sound. You are one quick devil. Had me thinking my watch might be slow. Anyway, thanks. This is for you. I hope you like it. I'll be sure to call on you again.
Good work. New order available. Please access to... Order assigned.
Rest is advised.
Keep on keeping up.
Weapons restrictions lifted. Your work.
Been a while, Sam. It's good to see you. Remember how to do this? You need to close your eyes and picture your destination.
Bridges ID. Verifying ID.
Someone's happy.
Clear. All weapons will remain locked until departure. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Thank you, Sam. In reclaiming our past, we've uncovered a number of vital clues. Don't worry, I just got back. We have time. When you met with Mama, you experienced a strong antigen-antibody reaction, correct?
There was a BT in the room.
There was, but something else may have been causing it. I've discovered large quantities of chiral matter in Mama as well. Not just the usual kind that collects on our skin or on our suits. It's in all her cells. Cells that are no longer active. The BT you encountered there was special. It was her child, but also her own soul. Somehow, her car and half failed to separate. They must have remained connected through the umbilical cord. It's the only explanation.
Is that why I didn't get a bruise where she touched me?
Yes, and there's more.
10 seconds to cardiac arrest. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I modified the log times. Headquarters will have no record of what we say. Look, a message from Deadman. It came with the umbilical cord.
Sam, I'm sorry. You deserve to know what you were carrying. But I couldn't risk Die Hardman finding out about the case. So I had no choice but to keep it off the books. You've got to keep this between us. We still don't know if the director can be trusted. The umbilical cord was taken from Bridget Strand. I removed it in secret. The cord wasn't attached to a fetus. It was outside her body. She asked me to take care of it. Said it was the key to unlocking the Death Stranding. But she insisted that I never tell the director. The cord shows no sign of decomposition or necrotization. Almost as if it's frozen in time. I thought Hartman might be able to make sense of it, so I had it hidden with your cargo at Mountain Knot City.
Deadman's observations were accurate. It's just like Mama's corpse.
What do you mean?
I mean they share a very unique property. Both contain large amounts of chiralium in their cells. In other words, the president's cord was somehow connected to the beach, and that allowed it to escape the flow of time. I've put together the bones of a theory. It's patchy, but worth sharing, I think. Life on Earth has been rocked by many extinctions, great and small, including the Big Five. And if you examine the Earth's strata, its history, if you will, you'll find corallium deposits that can be dated to each. What if the manifestation of beaches and other associated phenomena correspond to extinction-level events?
You mean?
Yes. Our Death Stranding could just be the latest of many. The records and research you helped us to recover strongly suggest that we are in the middle of the 6th extinction.
6th extinction? Come on.
You know what this is, yes?
A frozen mammoth from 10,000 years ago.
Correct. And this?
The Iceman from 5,300 years ago.
They both have the same umbilical cords.
Bullshit.
Humor me. What if the mammoth and the Iceman weren't frozen?
You're saying time stopped for them just like it did for Mama?
Unfortunately, all these specimens were lost in the Death Stranding, so there's no way to examine the genuine articles, but some fragments of data did survive. With the aid of the chiral network, we may be able to piece together something more concrete using Evo-Devo tech. All right, how's this? A dinosaur from 65.5 million years ago. Umbilical cord? Not decomposed.
Only mammals have umbilical cords.
No. Only mammals have umbilical cords used for childbirth. This is something else. Call it a strand from the other side. I propose that mammalian umbilici are a sort of mimesis of the strand that then evolved over time. We shouldn't assume that everything about a Death Stranding is detrimental to life. Trilobites, ammonites, dinosaurs, the mammoth, the Iceman, all preserved as if frozen in time, all, without exception, found with strands, which is to say that all may have been connected to the beach. And this, when viewed in the context of the extinction entity, EE theory, leads me to surmise that organisms with strands are in fact extinction entities. You see, Sam, EEs are connected to the beach via their strands, and it is through this connection that they somehow bring about a Death Stranding.
So you're saying Bridget was an extinction entity?
It's far too soon to say anything for certain, and since you burned her body, we may never know.
Higgs said Amelie's an EE, that she doesn't have dooms like the rest of us.
Sam, think. Assume that President Strand was an EE. Isn't it possible that her daughter is too? At the very least, Higgs may hope as much now that the president is unavailable.
So he kidnaps her for EE powers or whatever to cause a mass extinction.
Perhaps. Perhaps not. I doubt a single EE is powerful enough to cause a Death Stranding, assuming Amelie is an EE.
Well, Higgs sure thinks she's got what it takes.
Indeed. And we need to get her back as soon as possible.
1 minute remaining. Please hold on to something secure.
Ah, this one is real. Sam, go west.
How do you want me to handle Die Hardman?
With your customary reserve. Nothing good will come of him learning of our suspicions. Whatever else is going on, we still need the chiral network.
Right.
Activating lab security measures. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
time, Sam. When you're ready, proceed to the shore of the tar belt and begin work on the chiral relay. Once it's ready, use the Cupid to bring it online. The necessary materials are prepped for you. Supplies are limited, so handle them with care. You'll be carrying a lot, too. All things considered, this might be one of your hardest runs to date. Hartman knows more about the site than I do, so he'll take it from here. It's about time for his wake-up call anyway.
Administering shock. Stand clear.
Right. About that way station. The site we have chosen was an original candidate for the way station we lost to the tar belt. Ironically, we suspended construction because we deemed it a little too unstable and not worth the risk. But this time, it's our best shot. So let's hope we weren't right to change horses in midstream. Fortunately for us, the foundation we laid down is still intact. All you have to do is transport the necessary materials to the site and finish the job. I'm afraid it's the only way we can expand the network further west and rescue Harmony. We're counting on you, Sam.
Order assigned.
There we go. Close one.
Storing vehicle.
processed in order to finish the Cairo relay. Good job, Sam. Now access the terminal and bring the relay online. And with that, we're all linked up. Once you cross the tar belt, the end will be in sight. We're this close to Emily, to America's second chance. Edgenut City awaits. The staff we're sending will start by building a safe house. Over time, they'll expand their operations and establish a new facility. In doing so, they'll carry on the legacy of the brave souls lost to the tar. All thanks to you, Sam. Now, let's figure out how to get you across this tar belt. The only way west is through that. To make matters worse, I don't believe your PCC is capable of building anything that will get you across. There must be a way. We can't give up, not with what's at stake. We'll see if we can't think of something here. But considering everything you've been through, I wouldn't be surprised if you've already got a few ideas of your own.
harder to move. Yep, I'm sinking.
Huh. Can't say I would have ever thought of that. Well done, Sam. With you out there giving it your all, there's hope for us yet.
bridges falling down, my fair lady.
Keep your voice down. You don't want to scare the poor girl away, do you? She's in there. I can smell her. Of course, I wouldn't know for sure if it wasn't for you and your wonderful network. Bless your heart. And thank you kindly. Sam Bridges. Careful. Contents are fragile. Like the world and everything in it. Me, I'm no exception. I'm not the only one wearing masks either. There's your boss man. And that woman. And, oh, let's not forget little you. Okay, it's okay. I know it ain't easy wearing a mask all the time. Now the mask can come off, right? Hey. You remember this? Nope. Poor, sweet Amelie. She's holed up in the beach nearby. Tell you what say we make it a race? Whoever wins gets to usher in the end of days. Nothing like the eve of extinction. Bring focus to the mind. Makes folks honest. There'll be no need for masks soon. But I wonder, when you look death in her eye, will you blink?
Hiya! We back at it with another review over Chapter 8. We begin with the resurrection of our dear Heart of a Man saying this.
Well, you certainly caught me with my pants down.
Daryl Sam already has an aversion to other people's touch, so as funny as it is, hearing that would not make me want to shake your hand either. I was hooked with my mama, but this chapter is what reeled me all the way in, y'all. The dedication Hartman shows with unaliving himself over and over again to find his family on the beach is admirable at best and completely mental at worst. We get a little shameless product placement here here are, should I say, signature placement. I tried looking what this may be, and one post in Reddit said this may be a signature. So if that's true, then that's cool. I thought it may have been some sort of new terminal for face scans. If anyone knows for sure, then please let me know. Hartman had to get his little brag in on how many times he's been to the beach. And yes, it is an impressive amount of times. However, he does explain a bit later that this does cause his dear heart to weaken, unfortunately. At least we know he will still be around with us in the next game. So that's all I needed to know. Who wouldn't want to see Hartman's heart-shaped heart? Daryl Sam be tripping on this one, y'all. How dare he turn down his offer to see a picture? Doesn't matter, because we get to see it anyway. It's the cutest thing I ever did see. The reason why Hartman wants to find his family is disheartening. No pun intended. I love me some likes, but the 20 likes we get here is not what I wanted to receive. And this is all for confirming his death wish. The glasses fooled me, y'all. I can't believe I overlooked that my dear heart of a man may be blind here. Daryl Sam starts to make mention of this, but he is cut off from speaking any further once Hartman finds what he is looking for, which is the umbilical cord from my mama and the baby BT. So a lot of what Hartman says here went right over my head. Once he gets to medical terms and such, my eyes tend to glaze right on over. I tried to follow what he was saying here. What I gathered was because mama was still connected to baby BT by that umbilical cord, this could be the reason she did not start necrotizing. Before Hartman leaves us to search for his family, he says the general rule is that there is one beach for every one person. In his case, however, he can link up with others through his beach. There is a hypothesis given by Hartman here of how beaches could be formed. He expands on his theory from last chapter that mass events where people unfortunately pass away with some kind of heavy emotional attachments would then be stuck on the beach, possibly for that reason. So basically, our dear old dad's intense feelings of regret and rage, along with our lovable Lou, could be why we are seeing those beach war scenes we've encountered him in. Even with all these supposed ideas of how our dear old dad came to be, we all know that the dearest of all our friends, which is Higgs, is the main culprit, along with Amelie and Di, as I still maintain that the top level UCA personnel had some knowledge of what was going on. So I'm going to include Di in that list of suspects for now. This part where our dear heart of a man wanted Daryl Sam to relax while he essentially unalives himself was an unnatural request. However sweet it may have been in a different situation. My first playthrough, I was like a child told not to act up, so I sat my face right on that cushy couch and looked straight ahead only at my Hartman. This time, I decided to do some snooping around with the little 3 minutes that we do have. The first thing I take notice of is the record player playing that creepy music. And y'all, don't get me wrong, because I do love me some classical music. And my dear heart of a man knows that. And that's why we get some more likes from him here. I also tried to look up the titles to this impressive book collection Hartman has here. And I know I said I had Supergirl vision, but my eyesight is not up to reading small print right here. I can only make out one book title, which was in the middle of the bookshelf, called Enter the Maze. I wondered if these books had any meaning in this game. Enter the Maze seems like it could be how some people enter the beach, which is a sort of maze. I could see the author of one of the books is J.J. Sutton. I couldn't make out the title to this book, though. I just feel like we should make note of whichever titles and authors you can make out on these books, because it may have some reference in the next game. Resident Evil is notable for doing this. In Village, there were references to past characters in the game. Also, in Alan Wake, you can see a homage to Remedy's earlier game series of Max Payne in the book titles as well. The next thing I decided to look at was the device around my dear heart of a man. just to make sure all is well with him. So thank you again for the 20 likes. So continuing from one unalived person to the next, I wanted to take one last look at my mama, y'all. No! She is still alive in my universe, and it should be thousands of likes I get for doing this. Not that measly 10 I get from Hartman. He just be hating. I then swing my eyes on over to the mummified BTs, and another thing I remember, these look an awful lot like those creatures in the Resident Evil game. I can agree with the 10 likes I get from viewing this though, and it seems Hartman may not be on the same page with Bridges, as I only get 1 like from looking at the Bridges logo over here. I had to save the biggest for the last with this enormous well remains. 30 likes for this viewing, which is cool, but it can always be more likes. And with that, our dear heart of a man resurrects for the second time since we've been here. There is no success with his venture to the beach to find his family. Hartman then breaks down that most of what we do in a day can all be done within 21 minutes. I can get with this in a going to work sense, like if we can only work 21 minutes in a day, but still get your whole 8 hours of pay, y'all, what? The government and corporations wouldn't have that though. It would be too much free time for us to improve ourselves. Anyway, he makes mention that some activities don't fit neatly within 21 minutes, like sleep and relations with others. I would have to disagree on that last part, because with certain people, all you really need is about 10 minutes with the right person to get off quick. But let me stop that train of thought. It was just the cutest thing to see my dear heart of a man trying to relate to Daryl Sam and seeing what could be of interest to him. Now, when he pulled out that silent film, I completely forgot to check this out when I first seen it. I've been hooked to watching these throwback movies about a decade ago when I stumbled onto the TCM channel while they were airing silent Sunday nights. My favorite silent films so far are the By Right of Birth, even though only about half of the movie survived. I also liked The Red Mill and Shoes. I'm not even gonna hold y'all, as I have watched some Charlie Chaplin films. It just doesn't do it for me. So hopefully this movie can change my opinion. Before I finish this chapter review, I will say if it was good or not. It is about love though, so I have a feeling it will be a great silent film. My dear heart of a man is basically Dead Man number 2, with him saying his soul is elsewhere. And I feel him on that. Well, not in the sense of wanting to unalive myself, but just while I have to work. I want my body to be there doing the job while my soul is elsewhere. With everything Daryl Sam sees Hartman doing to search for his family, I don't see how he couldn't start opening himself up to talk about the troubles he also went through. So yes, I'll take some more likes for this as well. And to see the bromance between these two building up with the bonding through tragedy was sad but sweet to witness. Hartman then goes into the backstory of how he lost his family. I just hated to know that if his wife and daughter would have waited just maybe a couple hours longer, then they could have avoided that void out. It's always the could've, would've, should've situations that make it the worst, especially in this case. The reason it is fairly easy for Hartman to travel to the beach is known here. He states the power going out along with his life support system in the hospital he was staying at meant he was unalive for a few minutes. And within that time frame, to find out that your family didn't survive while he was on the beach, and his distress at not being able to reach out to his wife and child was too much for me to watch, y'all. I couldn't even imagine the conflicting emotions of wanting to be with your family, knowing that they passed on, but I'm sure somewhere deep down, Hartman also wanted to live as well. It was interesting to know that you can be brought back to life that long after your heart has stopped. So I had to look up if this was possible, and yes, a woman who was clinically unalive for about 17 hours was brought back to life on her own without medical assistance. Our dear heart of a man reaffirms his commitment to one day finding his family, which I don't want him to, but I do completely understand, of course. I don't know why Daryl Sam didn't offer to share a family photo back with Hartman, though after Deadman dredged up his past in the last chapter, I can get the reason why, and sometimes just because someone lets you know all of their woes doesn't necessarily mean you have to also share your deepest troubles with them back. So in a true Daryl Sam fashion, we get straight to the heart of the matter. Again, no pun intended. We need to get some preppers on board to the west of Hartman's lab. He mentions that they are fellow workers of his and investigating some kind of material, which may be the fossils left behind from before the Death Stranding event. We are assigned with getting another way station on the network as well, since the previous one was overtaken by the tar surrounding that area, which could have been done by the dearest of all our friends. And once that is done, we need to build that way station. Then we are on the way to apparently rescue Amelie. My dear heart of a man is then unalived once again in the middle of his sentence. Thank goodness this room has padded cushions, and Daryl Sam takes notice of others' habits as I see he turned over the hourglass for Hartman, which was heartwarming to see. Again, no pun intended on all these heart statements I'm making, y'all. And before my Daryl Sam leaves the room, he had to get a quick DJ session in while Hartman, unalived as he is, somehow docked our likes. He needs to recognize that the scratching of the record is a sacred art form as well. I loved how Nas incorporated hip-hop with classical music. So Hartman, stop hating. And I believe he knows that too, as we wouldn't have gotten our 20 likes back. Now, Kojima, I love your games, but this opening scene right here was longer than a Robot Chicken episode. Our next couple of stops are to the geologist and paleontologist, so I went ahead and picked up the two orders, even though one is another sensitive bomb to transport. I feel fairly confident that I can do both deliveries, even if I am walking over some very rough terrain. Only because I got this bag cover from the collector, which I did go back to the tail end of chapter 5 to complete some additional preppers I might have missed out on. I never bothered with the collector and the base version of this game because they were located right near the edge of those darn mullahs. So I did neglect to do any deliveries there for that reason alone. This section of the game was my least favorite. At this point, I had enough of the mountain scene. Even after I finished the game, I never returned to this area to 5-star any of the preppers, and this playthrough may be the same way. I make it to the geologist without too much trouble and dropped that cargo off for that good old S rank and got this shelter hooked right on up to the network, cause who's that? We build America. Well, that's Daryl Sam. There's also an upgrade to the climbing anchor, but again, chiral type equipment is what I'll be using if possible. After that drop off, we learn of an ancient Death Stranding and that the area we are in was once a fossil beach. Now, y'all, I was not good in the sciences, so geology, as pretty as some of the rocks were, was not my expertise. So with my dear heart of a man explaining about how the layers were created by fossil earthquakes, which then made these fossil beaches, all these geology terms like pseudotactylite, another term I had to look up just to understand a bit more of what Hartman is laying on us. Cause I won't lie, I didn't pay attention to this whole cutscene the first time I played this game, so researching a bit of the technical terms helped my mind correlate and make sense of how the extinction events that happen in the game is succeeded by these fossil beaches, or I should say they happen in tandem. Again, thank you Kojima for making us smarter while gaming. Now we are on the way to the paleontologist. And I know I said earlier that I wouldn't have much use for the flask canteen, but your girl was sipping on that juice in this chapter. Y'all, for the love of all, be careful in this section. As you can see, with all this snow, I almost set the bomb off. Just a slip of my thumb on the controller and it would have been it for my Daryl Sam and the surrounding area. It's almost like going on a road trip and you see the same environment for a while and think everything starts to look in the same. So that's exactly what happened to me here. I'm glad this song came on right here. It's almost like a congratulatory tune for me not falling off that mountain. So of course, I'm gonna let this rock out for a bit. No pun intended on that. Before I reached the intended shelter, I wanted to get this lost cargo, which, yes, I know, I also said I wouldn't pick up others' lost cargo, but this is something I missed out on in the base game. So I make it to the paleontologist and dropped off this cargo for another S rank and got this station hooked right on up to the network, cause who's that? Rebuild America. Well, that's Dale Sam. There's a new piece of equipment for us to wear, which is this oxygen mask. I only wore this one time, and that is during this upcoming mission for the paleontologist. Also, there is another use for this mask near the film director. I just remembered, where there is a memory chip, so I may get some more uses out of this than I expected. And we also get an upgrade to the hematic grenade. From what I know, however, the custom hematic grenades are a bit better than the regular hematic ones. So here is my little diversion before we get to the next order from the paleontologist. The lost cargo I picked up goes to this veteran porter. In my first playthrough, I was searching each prepper to see if they had any orders to go to him, and I did look this up, y'all, and what I found said you had to deliver any lost cargo to him first before anything else can begin with this porter. This will also be the case with some of the other preppers situation as well, with having to find the lost cargo before you can build up any connection with them. I didn't want to forget about it, and this is the part where I almost did want to forget about making this detour, because once I got partway near that prepper's location, all these falling rocks just started gravitating toward my Daryl Sam. Thankfully, I had my cat-like reflexes on this and evaded that disaster. It took me a hot little minute to figure this out, y'all, since you have to first attach the carrier to yourself, but I was finally able to ride on the floating carrier. There was never a reason for me to do this, so getting the chance to try it out was pretty sweet. Doing this reminds me of that snowboarding game on the first PlayStation called Cool Borders. I don't know if anyone remembers that game, but if you do, you pretty much know how old I am. It would be super cool on the next game if we could do some tricks while riding these floating carriers down a slope, or maybe we already can and I just don't know how to do it. So I make it on down to where the veteran porter is holed up, and I dropped this lost cargo to him. Seeing this guy and his demeanor reminds me just of Daryl Sam. I wouldn't be surprised in the next game if Daryl Sam would be the veteran porter, then you have other porters delivering to Daryl Sam. Who knows? But from the look of this veteran porter, he is sick of it all. So I can't wait to see this guy's story and what exactly made him feel this way, as well as if his health was the cause of natural aging or if it was the environment that caused him to retreat from the porter life.
Update.
So this veteran porter is actually a part of the Dearest of All Our Friends delivery group. I was just blown away when I got this email from him explaining who he once was affiliated with. This didn't change my opinion of him, as this guy didn't crack up like our dear old friend. So keep on keeping on. Also, when I got him hooked right on up to the network, because who's that rebuilding America? That's their Sam. I got a good look at his face, and I was thinking, is it just me, or does this guy look an awful lot like Sam Lake a bit? So y'all already know I'm going to look it up, and look at Kojima go. These two guys together, unstoppable. I can't believe I missed out on seeing him in the base game. No matter, because we're connected now, especially since I got this cute porter accessory from him, keeping us locked in that porter lifestyle all day, every day. Now that this is out the way, I can get back to the order retrieval mission from the paleontologist. I decided to go ahead and take the oxygen mask just in case, which was not even needed. Once again, with my tendency to overdo it and bring every piece of equipment possible, I even put the mask on and everything when all that is needed is my sticky gun. I got all the required cargo effortlessly, and I really had to smack myself because all the times I had to go and literally pick up the cargo by hand when I overlooked this one weapon, all because I was too scary to go into that darn Mula base to pick up the gun schematic. So it is what it is, as long as I have it now, and that's what matters most. I make it back to the paleontologist and drop this cargo off for that well-deserved S rank. I see they just be piling the orders on my Daryl Sam, so before we get to the next order delivery site, I take a quick rest up in the nearest safe room. I checked up on my figurines and I see no other new ones have been added, which is sad because there could have been a Hartman figurine added or something of the notable people we've came across so far. It's all good because I switched up my colors since we got a new shade of orange, which used to be my favorite color. My hat, however, I decided to stick with purple, and my glasses, I was able to make the volcanic orange only on the Luden's mask sunglasses. So the other glasses, the Sammy sunglasses, I chose this blood red color. For my lovable Lou, I went with this bloodshot red color. Since we are around all this snow, I figured it would make my BB stand out. Also, we get to match up. Checking my mail, I noticed that a couple of the preppers are all saying the same thing about some kind of glowing object in their vicinity. I never did go back in the direction mentioned in the mail, so if possible, I'll have to check it out during this playthrough sometime. I have another detour pizza delivery to make to the dearest of all our friends. To good old Peter. The request is available at the Mountain Knot station, so I fragile jumped right on over. We haven't really been getting any new backstories since I got my lovable Lou back, so it was nice to get a BB story here with dear old dad coming in from out of the rain, and seems like he may have missed some kind of appointment that happened with either BB themselves or Mother Dearest. He spoke like most parents I know that tries to downplay when they are sad or crying by saying he has rain in his eyes. I hated to see the continued breakdown of my dear old dad. So after that vision, we are back to the real world to start our shift as the pizza delivery guy once again. And unlike the last time, we back to the road on wheels. So we riding. And riding. Are we there yet? No, because we riding some more with Daryl Sam. Whoever put this ramp here, thank you. I had to use it, y'all, but I missed out on the extreme move only because I wanted to not cause any damage to the pizza, and it would have been just my luck if that happens. So I make it to where good old Peter is in a fairly decent time. My goal was to make it under 10 minutes, but with me being a Bob the Builder again, with fixing up the roads, this wasn't a bad time at all. I dropped the cargo off and got that S rank for this drop off. I then head to the nearest safe house house, and before I get back to the main order mission, I had to read this email from good old Peter, and the fact he said I had his undying thanks was wild to me, and it did make me wonder on if the people he said were in want of the pizza are actually real, or if it is just him solo that is eating up all the pizza. Anyway, I went ahead and Fragile jumped back over to the paleontologist. I get back to pick up the order, and I head on over to the location to pick up the required cargo for the next prepper. So y'all, in my mind, I'm thinking this would be an easy pickup request, and I'll get it done all in one go. Nah, this wasn't it for me. The area where all the lost cargo is at is unassuming, and when I got to the BT warning, I thought it would be a few spread out here and there. I got played on this delivery request. This was partially my fault, not all my fault, because I don't want to take the full blame for my own shortcomings. I did go in with the thought I had my arsenal on deck and I ain't scared of no BT, when I should have checked myself and remembered what difficulty I had this game on, because I don't remember there ever being this big old BT that wasn't a part of a main boss battle. So my face is over here trying to use a standard bola gun on this thing, and it was just a mess, y'all. Thinking I could take that down with what I had brought along. It's always that one time you don't go fully stocked up will be the time you will need everything with you. So I'm steady going at the BTs in this area to try and clear them all out, and it just seems like more and more were coming. I got all discombobulated with trying to do it fast when I needed to slow down, do it right, and remember the 3 C's of staying cool, calm, and collected, just like my good old buddy George. I already knew I wasn't going to match up with these couple of beast BTs, so I went ahead and reloaded my previous save file and tried this order pickup thing once again. I had to remember a quote that will always ring true when faced with an impossible mission, and that is, fighting isn't the only way. I did stock up my arsenal just in case this second time around. Driving back there this time, I had to go in with a better plan, even if it meant taking a longer time to complete. I decided to use the truck and of course keep it away from all the action. As much as I wanted to avenge myself, I am a delivery person first and foremost. So getting all the cargo is my goal, and I did lose sight of that objective at first. So I didn't attack any BTs head up unless they were in my direct way. I only used my I was about to say the other word. I only used my cuff cutters. So those who know will know what I probably almost was gonna say. So I only grabbed one cargo at a time, brought it all the way back to the truck, saved the game, and on it goes until I got the required amount. I believe that the bigger BT only comes out if you're actively attacking the other smaller BTs, almost like they are its children. I know y'all getting sick of me saying it, but for real, this sticky gun came in for the save on picking up the cargo in this area. After I got all the pieces required for the delivery, I made a vow to come back and show these BTs what's up. So mark my words, y'all. I finally make it to the FDev biologist to drop off this cargo for a very well-deserved S rank, and hooked this place right on up to the network. Cause who's that? We build America. Well, that's Dale Sound. Now, this is exactly what I needed, y'all. So once I'm done with this chapter, I'm gonna make good on my vow, and I'm gonna go blasting me some BTs. The biologist makes a connection here that both the Timefall and the Tar are products of the events after the Stranding of Death. With this event, there are some creatures who are extinct because of this. Basically, a survival of the fittest situation going on here. Hartman then lets us know that we are to return to his lab to grab the materials for the new way station. I shared this memory chip I found recently raiding that darn Mula camp, and I just love the way Mama number 2 says my title here of the Great Deliverer. Heck yeah, that's what we are. And since I'm headed back near the paleontologist, I figured I may as well bring an order back with me. And I get back to the paleontologist in record time, dropped off that cargo for that S rank, and I got me another Nemesis stars to add to the plethora of ones I have already. I picked up the order for Hartman to take that back with me as well, and headed back to the safe room to switch up my equipment colors since the volcanic orange color was not available for my hat and Sammy sunglasses at the time. Even then, I only changed my hat color to that new color and still stuck with the blood red color for my Sammy sunglasses so I can match up with my lovable Lou. Now, yes, I did pick up the order to take back with me to my dear heart of a man, but y'all, when I got back to this safe room near the paleontologist, I was just so sick of these mountains and wanted to get this whole section over with. So I jumped on back to the nearest safe house by Hartman's location, and I got a little too happy once I got near Hartman's lab and upset my dearest BB. I hate to see my lovable Lou fussing all like this, but our bond was restored, so it's all good, thankfully. Once I got inside to where Hartman is located, I noticed Daryl Sam got over his initial shock at seeing that artist design of a BT. I'm with him on this. I used to be so shook when I got that scanner a whirling, but with some of the tools we have now, it feels less like an Outlast type of game in those BT encounters and more like a Resident Evil type action battle. My dear heart of a man lets us know we have a bit of time to talk and delves into our very first meeting with my mama. He suggests that other than the baby BT in the room, mama also had some huge amounts of chiral matter in her inactive cells due to the umbilical cord connection. The timer then cuts in the middle of his sentence to say only 10 seconds remaining, and I was here thinking he said we had some time to talk. But nope, he faked this out, y'all. And this is all to stop the higher ups from listening in our conversation. Dead man, and now my dear heart of a man, was really pushing on Dai being the non-trustworthy guy. And I know I had my own suspicions, but don't drown me in y'all's beef. So Dead man sent us a message saying that he snuck in another umbilical cord from the past president. I don't know how Daryl Sam didn't realize this with how careful he is with most things, but okay, I'll take that he let this one slip. We get some more likes from Hartman here. In this chapter, I was just racking up on the thumbs up. The comparison is made here between this umbilical cord and Mama's in the case that they are both essentially frozen in time due to their link with the beach. Hartman then shares with us his hypothesis that each major extinction event is associated with chiral matter deposits, meaning that the beaches that are appearing now could be the next extinction. Daryl Sam is not buying this at all.
Sixth extinction. Come on.
Hartman then poses some questions to Daryl Sam, in which I ain't gonna lie, y'all, I did not think he would know the answers to some of the questions he asked. He had me feeling like I'm back in grade school and this was a pop quiz. Daryl Sam earned us some more likes for this, because leave it up to me, we would have been docked like 1,000 points. So somehow the Mammoth, Iceman all have an umbilical cord that has not decomposed. Daryl Sam loses some of the likes we gained, but I am not tripping at all on that. Now that I'm replaying this again, I realized a whole lot of the game story went right over my head. Like when Hartman says they could put together a working theory using Evo Devo tech, I didn't even bother to look that term up before. So now I know sorta kinda what Evo Devo tech is, which is about using a number of techniques to understand the evolution or behavior of organisms. That's what I gathered anyway. I love my dear heart of a man, y'all, but like I said before, a lot of this chapter is going to make you look a lot of the words up unless you're just super smart like that. Hartman says something interesting that I didn't catch before on us assuming that the Death Stranding is not always harmful to life forms, and that creatures with strands could be what is referred to here as an EE. are Extinction Entity as the working theory name. From what I gathered, the organisms that have strands are the cause of the stranding of the death phenomenon. Daryl Sam then says here that the previous president and Amelie may both be an extinction entity. Of course, we are not able to confirm if the president was in fact one, since one of our very first missions in the game was to deliver her body to the incinerator by Dai himself, which further leads me to the belief that Dai did know more about the president and Amelie and what they both are. We are getting closer to the exact reason why the dearest of all our friends wants Amelie for his plans, even though she herself may not be enough to cause this massive extinction type event. Before we could get any deeper in that train of thought, my dear heart of a man's timer comes up displaying that he has only 1 minute remaining. This is the real deal this time, so our next objective is to head out west to strike some gold, along with keeping our true thoughts hidden from Dai. Before we leave out completely, we get some more likes from Hartman. I just love he gives back what he takes. A well-balanced man, if I do say so myself. Also, it was a tad bit creepy that a photo of Amelie is right there, as if to say to us that we are basically right on what she really is. Once again, it's weird to see Dai right after we pretty much fooled him with our secret conversations and suspicions of him. Anyway, we are given the breakdown of the general area of the next way station. Dai keeps saying on some orders that this will be the hardest one yet, but when I actually do it, I'm like, that's it. I actually needed the warning on that tar collection for the biologist more than anything. Hartman then chimes in after his awakening to let us know that now is the best time to get this station built. And obviously, I am the right person to get this done right away. I pick up the order materials and we back on the snowy path towards the beach. So once we get to greener pastures, it's just fitting that we get this sweet song to vibe out to. And this is also one of my favorites in the game. It's actually the only song I listened to all the way to the end. So of course, I'm gonna let y'all chill out to this for a while longer. Let y'all listen to the whole song. Wasn't that just super smooth for your soul? I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. I drive up near the terminal where I am to drop off the materials for the next way station. My first impression of the place is I hope they get this built up fast. The darn Mula camp is not far from here, and they built this place right near the water. No wonder it got destroyed by the tar so quickly. No matter to me, because I'm just the delivery person. I dropped the required materials off. Y'all know at this point I'm an S-rank shorty, and with that, this dear heart of a chapter is completed. I gained a deeper understanding of the man surrounding the heart, the theory behind the stranding of death, and we dug deep into some of the bigger questions about life and death. Next up, of course, is to bring this station into the network, cause who's there? Rebuild America. Well, that's Dale Sam. I didn't know what the heck to do when I was told to find a way across the water. I'm thinking my girl Fragile would help jump me across, or maybe there is some sort of specialized ship that I could use. There are clues given to you if you happen to be as slow as I was on figuring out that you had to use a BT to get across. There is some mail that comes in that you can read, as well as Dai chiming in every so often to drop a few hints on how to get across the Tar Lake. So my face forgot obviously on what to do here and walked all the way into the very end. At least I was able to make a fellow connection to someone else who had the same idea as me. Trying this thing again, I was about to drive my way into the lake and I ran into the BTs here, so that's when I finally remembered what I had to do in order to get across the Tar Lake. I believe the first time I played this, I thought there was another boss battle and tried to kill all the whales here. But having my speed skeleton equipped made it kind of fun hopping across the buildings like this. When I get to the end of the pop-up buildings, there's Amelie just standing out here, and as we get closer, we start slowly sinking into the Tar Lake, and she just turns away. So I already knew right then and there that it's going to be a problem with her once we meet up with her soon by this symbolism shown here. How dare she turn her back on us? I almost skipped past this screen with all the tips we accumulated throughout the game so far, but y'all, don't be like me because you can never really know it all. Look carefully at these tips, as some of them I completely blew past. Like on a buddy bot, you can only get a grade of an A rating. Also, your weapons can be restocked at a safe room. While I'm over here fabricating new weapons, wasting up all materials and such. And this one is useful to me to know that being able to tie down your cargo while it's in the floating carrier or even a vehicle would have been nice to get this hint each time I used a floating carrier, with how many times I tumbled all over the place and lost my cargo off that thing. Oh well, knowing is half the battle, y'all. After all those tips and tricks of the game, Daryl Sam wakes up on the beach surrounded by whales, and then Amelie's voice cuts in with that creepy nursery rhyme. Most of us grew up singing nursery rhymes in preschool or kindergarten, and I used to love singing them until I discovered the dark history behind some of them. So Amelie singing this already put me on edge on what's to come. Amelie then turns to smile at Daryl Sam, then walks off near the lake, and I keep seeing these washed up crabs with dear old dad and now Amelie. I know they have a deeper meaning, but I just can't wrap my mind around it. Maybe I'll know near the end of the game. She then continues walking deeper into the lake with Daryl Sam following behind her like a lost child. After that requiem for a dream, Daryl Sam wakes up for real this time on the other side of the Tar Lake, and the dearest of all our friends is there, of course, to welcome us. Our friend here lets us know that we basically messed all the way up with our chiral network connection, as he would not have found out exactly where Amelie is if it were not for that simple fact. I can't bring myself to think our friend here is the bad guy for some odd reason. He makes a statement with a pun on Fragile's name, but he also says that he is not immune to fragility. Our friend says he is not the only one wearing a mask. So of course, my next train of thought is Dai, who also wears a mask, are for people who hides their emotions behind a smile or nonchalance like Daryl Sam. Now, when he put the mask on Daryl Sam and lifted him right on up, I'm thinking that my Daryl Sam may become the next Higgs eventually, or something along those lines. So I was confused here on how our friend got the Kipu necklace that was once around Amelie, as it was seen earlier in a dream sequence, but I thought it was just that. a dream. I'm sure there was an alternative way in how he got a hold of this item. We'll know soon enough, y'all. So the dearest of all our friends wants to make a game of who gets to Amelie first by having a race to her location. Higgs also says near the end on if Daryl Sam will blink once he looks death in the eye, which I believe he is referring to Amelie here with that statement. So I was already formulating that I may have to go against them both eventually in the game. Whew, this definitely was a doozy of a scene. We covered so much, especially with the science talk all throughout this chapter, and y'all thought I would forget about that silent film called 20 Minutes of Love that my dear heart of a man showed us at the very beginning. I watched it, and all in all, it wasn't a bad film. I love all love, so I couldn't hate on this movie, y'all. And it did start off hilariously with Charlie bugging the heck out of this lovey-dovey couple on the bench, and all sorts of things happen, which in my opinion mimics what happens when you're in love, because it's never always smooth sailing. This movie should be called 20 Minutes of Absolute Chaos. By the end, however, love wins over all. Sorta. Almost everyone Charlie came across in the park end up in the pond, which had my face rolling all the way off seeing this scene. This is what I love about a silent film, in that there is no dialogue, no fancy effects, only straight up acting. So yeah, I get why my dear heart of a man is drawn to this film, since it's short, bittersweet, and chaotic, just like the connections that keep them all linked together in the stranding of death. Thank you, Hartman, for pulling out this gem of a movie I had no idea of. So upcoming, I'm finally about to start this kiosk game, y'all, that is on Steam, which I will be dropping after my next Cafe Unshot upload. I see there is finally a release date on Mafia the Old Country coming out at the end of September this year. I don't know why they said it will be coming out summer of 2025 when the actual release date is in the fall season, but oh well, at least it's still coming out this year. I'm going to try my best to get the rest of Death Stranding uploaded before the next one releases. And I thank you all so much for tuning in. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, toggle that bell so you all stay tuned in, my wonderful, great people. As always, much love, much peace, and catch you on the flip side.